I'll call the meeting to order at 6:31. Roll call. All present, attest to publication.
I saw it posted.
Thank you, Joni. Approval of the agenda.
Motion. I'll second.
Motion made by Joni, seconded by Lori to approve the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, we'll start out with reorganization. Oh, I'm sorry. Joni, district mission, vision, and values.
Bangor School District Mission, Vision, and Value Statements. Mission, Bangor Pride, a small school building big futures. Vision, an innovative small school creating excellence through personalized learning and relationships for all. Values, student-centered, small class sizes, continuous improvement, professionalism, opportunities for all, safety, foster community, and sustainability.
Can everyone please put their masks on? Okay, reorganization, election of the school board officials for 2021. Or excuse me, 21-22, 2021 to 2022. So open for nominations for president.
I make a nomination for Julie Myers to continue as president.
Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? I entertain a motion to close nominations,
So moved.
and I also ask for a second.
I'll second.
Motion made by Joni, seconded by Shelley. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried. I ask for open for nominations for vice president.
I'll make a motion for Lori Horseman.
Second.
Not yet.
Oh, sorry.
Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? I ask to entertain a motion to close nominations.
So moved.
Now I ask for a second.
Second.
Motion by Lori. Did you second, or you
I
second?
seconded.
Did you make a motion and second?
I made the original
Yeah, you
motion.
can't second.
Okay.
I need it.
I'll second.
Motion made by Shelley, seconded by Lisa to nominate Lori Horseman for vice president. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Open for nominations for treasurer.
I'll make a motion for Joni for treasurer.
Any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? I ask for a motion to close nominations.
So moved.
Second,
I'll second.
motion made by Shelley, seconded by Lori. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Open for nominations for clerk. I nominate Shelley Piskey for clerk. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? I ask for a motion to close nominations.
So moved.
I ask for a second.
Second.
Motion made by Julie, myself, seconded by Joni. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, everyone. Okay, next on the agenda, approve the land lot donation for the agricultural and environmental education.
Thanks, Julie. I brought this to the board. We brought this to the board last month. Uh, Review is, we had the gentleman that owns a lot in the Meadowview addition approach us about making the donation. And so we checked into it with the village. We had a meeting with them and also involved Mr. Mullenberg and Mr. Bierbauer and looked over the site, and we believe that it can be used for lots of really good things, science related, agriculture related. And so we brought that to you last month for discussion. And in terms of the land donation, it allows it under conditional use for that type of donation. And so in your packet, Mr. Bierbauer had listed some uses that he sees in terms of that area, including FFA garden, but different water types of things that they could do. So I'm going to have Mr. Bierbauer step to the microphone and talk a little bit more about it, and then some discussion from there.
Thank you again. As I said last time, I think this is a really great opportunity for our students. It would be a really great area and really close for some different plants that we could plant, and having it so close, it's very accessible for the students to get over there and do different experiments, do different service projects with it. There's a lot of science and other environmental education that could take place over there as well, with conservation around the waterway. And that lot would also give us an opportunity to plant and do some projects around some things that would be perennial and not necessarily annual. That's one of the limitations that we have over at the West Salem Garden. We can't plant something over there that would last year after year, have some sort of permanent, some sort of permanence to it, because that is rented land. Over here, we could do, it just gives us a lot more options that we could just experiment and do projects with.
Is any questions for Mr. Bierbauer? And then I'll talk a little bit about steps in the process before you entertain a motion to approve.
Have you gotten any other information on the fill that will be hauled in there? Is it going to be more sand-based? The last of the fill hauling in on the top, will it be a little more black dirt type? Have you gotten any clarification on that?
The information that I was given for that came from our initial talk with the utilities manager, and I'm sorry, I forget his name off the top of my head. He said that the agreement with the person who is donating the land is that the topsoil would be scraped off, clean fill would be put in, and the owner of the lot was very specific about the clean fill that was going in, and then the topsoil would be laid back down.
Any other questions for Mr. Bierbauer? Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. So the next steps in the process, if you do approve this, is I've talked to Terry Dennehy. He is the realtor that is donating the land. So he actually right now is out of state. He would be returning first week in June. At that point, then we'd talk about the deed and would sign it over to us. Then in the meantime, we would also apply for a conditional use permit with the village. And talking to the zoning manager for the village, that does not seem to be a problem. So we would then, once that's completed, we file actually the deed with La Crosse County. And that would be, in terms of this process, what we would need to do to officially become owners of the property.
Do we have any actual bids on the sidewalks? Because that original quote seemed awful high for that, but
Yeah, what we actually have contractors coming in, Joni, this week to talk about the sidewalks. It's an agenda item. We're going to talk a little bit later. The sidewalk for that won't be done for a couple months because of all of the road work up there. So we put it into the plan for next year. So we will definitely get a more firm number on that sidewalk as we go along. But the road work on County B is not slated to be done until August, so it would be after that sometime.
With
And-
that, sorry,
Go
with
ahead,
the
no.
land, you have ideas of what we can do with it, but there's no restrictions of that we have to do that. So in like 10 years, something changes and we want to do something else with that lot. We have no other restrictions though from the donor, correct?
Correct,
Okay.
once, yes. And again, the conditional uses would guide that, Tina, in the future, if for whatever reason it would change, something would change, so. One
Change
thing I
with the
did find
neighborhood.
out, I'm sorry.
Just changes within the neighborhood or the
Yeah.
location.
The one thing I did find out in talking to the zoning manager is, I know that Rick had talked about the possibility of putting up like a storage shed, obviously, probably for things like shovels and different tools that they would be using over there. We can't do that because there has to be a principal building first, and then it's called an accessory structure. So I told Rick that we'll just have to tote him over there, right, Rick? Ready, so. Okay.
Second.
Any other questions?
I'll make a motion to approve the land lot donation for ag environmental education.
A second.
Motion made by Shelley, seconded by Lori to approve the land lot donation for agriculture and environmental education. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Next on the agenda, approve the request for facility use for high school girls basketball league, summer league.
Okay, well, I'll have Merlin come down and actually speak. On page 16 of your packet is the notes from our meeting. Merlin and Rick Mullenberg and Kevin Kravick and I met last week, and you'll see the points listed out are what we had talked about in terms of setting the protocols, setting what needed to be done in order for the Bangor School District to host the summer league. And so there's a number of things under there that Merlin will address, but I think there's been a little bit of a change that he mentioned to me just now. But I think the biggest thing is we all want our kids to have the opportunity to play, and whatever format that is in, to do it both to give them that experience, but also to do it safely and following the protocols that are in place. So Merlin, I guess I'm going to turn it over to you. So,
All right. So we met last week, Dave.
yes.
And we kind of came to a good conclusion, I think. And like I came in a month ago and kind of talked about, this was an outline, an opportunity for the school to kind of put the outline as to how we would allow them to use our facilities. I went back after a meeting. I thought it went really well. Thought we came to some really good terms as far as how this could be done productively, effectively, and safely. And so I went back, and without having a vote, obviously, I kind of wanted to address the heads of UWL as far as kind of what we were looking at. Would this be a possibility? Would this work in a number of constraints and situations like that? Coming back, obviously, I had some feedback from them, which I didn't like. And since, just so you guys know, I have withdrawn from the league. We're not going to participate. That's been my decision. And reasons that I'll give. The numbers was not the issue. It really kind of came back to the safety that I didn't like. And it came back to the fact that we laid out the protocol of saying that when they came in here with them being the administrative body, taking the registrations, the money, the officials, they were going to correlate with each game and everything. And they came back and they said, well, this is a league that we're pretty much putting together, and maybe there was some misunderstanding, but they're not going to administer it. Each facility is going to administer it themselves. And I said, no, because you have a roster, you know whose kids are where, and if you're going to treat this in the format they are, I said, you are administrating this. And I said, so we were going to put together a list of who came in the door as far as guests, just as we've done for all home indoor activities, and give that with that roster back to UWL so that if somebody had a COVID outbreak, they could obviously report that to them and they could relate that back to each individual school. That was a good protocol. They came back and said that would be our job as each school. I said, well, here again, if we turn on our books every night by scores, we're not going to know who was where, what was what. Didn't like it. I said, okay, that's not a good step. Secondly, came down to, we talked about how many different locations we're in, and they had talked about, obviously, DeSoto was a school that's going to be willing to host this. Caledonia is going to host things like that. And I said, well, I guess my other question is, if you're not the administrative body of this, I said, who's going to put together the waiver? And they said, each individual school is responsible for their own liability. As far as if you want to put a waiver together, that's for us to put together. And I said, well, I don't like this. Even for us to number one host isn't as big of a deal, but for us to travel to, we've got 4 or 5 different schools we could potentially be playing in is what I was understanding. And I said, I don't like the fact that I have to have all these different waivers based on where we're going. All I need is one kid or one school to say, we didn't know anything about it, whether it was how it was wrote up. And I said, it's not good. It's risk to our program, to myself, to each family out there, to make sure that everything gets into each representative school, the school. And I just said, we're out. So I pulled from it, just so you know, the league is not going to take place here in Bangor. I guess I've tweaked it. I just talked to Dave a little bit tonight. I guess based on the format of what we're looking at, what we've talked about, I guess what I would probably want to project and go forward with is not knowing what other schools are going to pull away, but we are. I'm out. And I would like to be able to potentially use Tuesday nights to, I guess, use as an open gym for one. Number two would be to use it as an opportunity to call in West Salem, Sparta, and do it in the same protocol where we would have 3 varsity teams in the high school, 3 JV teams in the elementary school, and 3 C teams, so to call it, in the old high school. Obviously, the waiver would be something I'd have to get together with Dave and Rick on and talk about, us drawing one up for the schools that would come here under our own liability issues to cover, and then to make sure that they all get signed and turned back in before they come and play. It'd be the same protocol as what we got drawn up, 9 schools or 9 teams. Nobody would play in a secondary gym. It would all be in one, whoever played in this gym would stay in this gym, whoever played in the other gym would stay in that gym, and then they'd go home adjacently from there. The other thing I've looked at is I think we're blessed with some pretty good talent in Bangor, and I'm willing to go this direction also for my upper level. And I think our girls are talented and push enough that if I even just brought in, some of our girls that are continuing their basketball careers in the upper levels to compete against our varsity and use our own Bangor body of kids, I'm okay with that. I'm not willing to take the risk of where this was going this year. So whatever you come back with, I'm very solid. I believe in. Whether it's using other schools and still going that route, or whether I just use graduates in girls like Carson, Emma, Megan, Miedema, some girls locally from our own district that are still continuing to further their basketball careers and allowing them to compete and practice against us, play against us, whatever that way. I'm okay with that. So I appreciate the time with you guys. And I appreciate our conversation we've been able to have, Dave and Kevin, and I wish it would have went a different direction, but for 1 year I'm out. So whatever we come back with, I'm good. I just know that whether it's with our graduate students, we still need to come up with a waiver and how that needs to be handled.
Yeah, because it was a very good meeting, and I think we all walked out of there having the sense of, this could really work. And one of the things that when Merlin was talking to us at that meeting, having UWL handle a lot of that, like some supervision, but then the contact tracing, I mean, that takes a load off, a number of other people. So yeah, that's very disconcerting that they would say, no, you're kind of on your own. And I think that we could meet again, and I think we could come up with something that meets the needs, but then we would bring it back at the next meeting. I guess my question, Merlin, if you were to say, okay, I talk to other schools, how soon would you be able to even say, okay, West Salem's in or Sparta? Just in terms of timelines?
Yeah, I guess I'm not looking at doing anything to utilize the school, obviously till spring sports are done. So we're looking at the end of June, be after the next board meeting, stuff like that. The kids are involved in it, and that was kind of the format we also put was to not allow our facility to be used until spring sports were done, track, softball, baseball on the boys' side. But so we had kind of come to consensus of that regardless of age level, it should not be used until then. So we'd have one more meeting. It'd just be a matter of, like I said, however we do it.
Yep.
But I guess, like I said, my concern is still the safety of the kids and the safety of our district. So I want to do it right, and I want to make sure that we can get to that point to still. let the
This was
kids-
really a good plan, Merlin, and I appreciate you meeting with Dave and Rick and working this out. The 3 teams per gym makes a lot of sense.
So
So,
I guess that's where I'm at. And like I said, I would just ask that we can meet again. I guess just.
so
look that
I
we
just
can go
want to make
forward.
sure I understand. So you 3 will meet again, talk about a future plan, and we'll talk at the next meeting. Is that time frame okay?
Yeah, that's fine, because the board meeting is obviously before, I could come back, obviously, that board meeting and say who I've obviously talked to. And I guess I'm looking at 2 options, because until I start calling around, I don't know, maybe I'm the only oddball school that's not gonna, get out of this league for this year because of the safety and the precautions that way. And if that's the case, then I do want to be able to discuss bringing in, girls that are still at the college level, still playing. And I guess at that point in time, who needs to sign those waivers? Are they at the age of 18 old enough to sign their own waiver legally? Or do we need to get it from a parent? So that's obviously something I need to address and make sure that we're covering the school basis too. So.
The first step, Julie, that I would do, tomorrow is I would call our liability carrier and start working on that, because that's obviously a big piece. If our liability carrier feels this is doable or not doable. So I would start with there. Then if that works, then Merlin and Rick and Kevin and I can definitely get a meeting set in the next, hopefully, week.
So
Work through some of these.
And we got time, we got another month, obviously, and that gives me time to call other schools that way to see if which option we're really going with. And so we're only going one way with this. So.
While you're here, Merlin, congratulations on your award of coach. of
Yes.
The year, that was awesome.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Merlin, Dave, or Rick regarding this?
So
Okay,
this-
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Merlin.
Okay, public comments. Our policy for public comments is each individual will have 3 minutes for a total of 20 minutes collectively. Do we have a list? Please introduce yourself as well. Thank you.
So for those of you who I haven't met, my name is Stacy Obright. I have my timer here just to respect everyone's time and get this within 3 minutes. I actually sent the school board a letter earlier this month regarding my thoughts on giving parents a choice to unmask our kids at school, and a lot of supporting evidence and research regarding the actual harmful effects of kids wearing masks, both long-term and short-term effects. And I did request for that to be an agenda item tonight, which I don't think that happened, but I don't have time to reiterate everything that came from that letter. But the simple fact of the matter is that according to the CDC and many other scientific studies that have been done, masks offer next to no protection for the spread of COVID. And so, not to mention the numerous studies that I've shared with you guys regarding the health effects, the negative and adverse health effects on our children. So I provided you guys with that information to make it a little bit simpler for you to do your due diligence, to dig into that, to research it for yourself. And we respectfully, as parents, are requesting from the school board your evidence proving to us that masks are in fact safe for our kids. Because here we are, over a year later, still requiring our kids to wear masks at school. And I have not seen a single study or proof or evidence that these are safe for our kids. So several of you had responded to me saying that masks have the topic of masking our kids at school is there's a lot of differing opinions on that, and that may be true. But I want to be very clear with you. This is not my opinion. This is the scientific fact. So let's look at that and let's dive into that a little bit. You guys, if it's about the liability, which I'm assuming that it is because you're a school board and you're looking out for your own interests as well as the interests of the kids, I get that. But let's talk about the mandating of face masks, that not only are you willfully, as a school district, willfully ignoring the CDC and the FDA guidelines, but also the decades of science that prove that masks are not effective at preventing the spread of a virus. So what's actually happening is our kids are being exposed to the harmful side effects, and you as a school district are responsible for that because you guys are the ones making this decision for our kids. So that is a much bigger liability, in my opinion. And if it's about the health and safety of our kids, which I would hope that it is, then forcing a one-size-fits-all mask mandate for all of the kids in this district is not what's in the best interest of our kids. Each family should have a choice of what's best for their own children. So if there's parents or staff or even kids that feel safer wearing a mask, that is fine. That is their choice. And I also think it's 100% reasonable that we as parents also have a choice for what's best for our kids. So we as parents feel like this has gone on long enough. We came together and actually started a petition less than 48 hours ago. And in 48 hours, we have almost 60 signatures representing numerous families in this community that believe what we believe, that they need a voice, and our kids have a choice, should have a choice in whether or not they should be masked at school. We all want what's best for our kids. You guys can stay tuned for that. The results of that petition. We are very serious about this, and we are not going to back down on this. So we're respectfully asking you guys as a school board to vote to end mask mandates immediately. And if that is not going to happen tonight, then we are requesting a special board meeting where our parents can come and our voices can be heard, because we need to make a decision of what's going to happen come fall.
Thank you, Stacy. Next, Chelsea Johnson.
Hello, my name is Chelsea Johnson. I'm here tonight to discuss the school's mask policy for students. As it appears on the agenda, you're only voting on updating the policy for mask use outdoors. As Stacy stated, she requested that the use of all mask use get discussed tonight, but somehow that didn't make this agenda. I'm still going to speak to that because I'd like to get the dialogue going. My request is that masks be optional, period. Of course, I hope you discuss the change right away, but ultimately parents need time to evaluate options for next school year. I was involved in school board meetings last summer and fall addressing the issues of getting kids back in school and mask free, but after being bullied out of attending school board meetings and not making any progress with removing masks from the students, I opted to pull my child from Bangor School District. I would still like my child to return to Bangor, but mask free. I'm here to be a voice for those that aren't in the position to stand up for these kids. I received an email yesterday that stated you wouldn't change your policies based on the recommendations from the school's advisors. They are merely recommendations that leaves you, the school board, with the options to make your own decision. While you're attempting to remove the school from any sort of liability that may arise if the child were to get sick, at the same token, you're also placing these children in or in the school in a precarious spot by forcing these kids to wear masks for long periods of time. A study performed in Germany found that 68% of children report side effects from wearing masks. Some of these side effects include irritability, headaches, difficulty concentrating, sadness, reluctance to attend your school. A separate article from the American Institute for Economic Research outlines that from April to October of 2020, emergency room visits linked to the mental health problems for children aged 5 to 11 increased by nearly 25%. And 31% for ages 12 through 17. Can you say with absolute certainty that these masks are not causing harm to these children? What happens when these students begin developing health side effects from wearing masks all day? What about the students in your school district who are already having these symptoms and they are attributed to wearing a mask in your school? Aren't you liable for that? You are the ones that required them to wear these masks. As a school board, you are tasked with making decisions that are best for the school As parents, we are tasked with making decisions that are best for our children and their health. If I were scared of my child being in school due to this virus, I would have opted for CRVA. I want my child in a normal classroom setting, and I'm not afraid of them getting a virus that is nearly non-existent in children. Last fall, I offered the suggestion of a liability waiver or masked versus unmasked classrooms. Can we put together a committee to research and present solutions that would work for more people? Why aren't options being presented to parents to make the decision that is best for their child and their family? This is all about choice. People can choose to wear a mask or they can choose to not wear a mask. That is fine by me. But I'm willing to bet all of you with children have allowed your child to play out with other people outside of school without a mask on, as it very well should be. So what is the difference if they wear a mask all day at school when they aren't doing it at home or on the weekend? If parents or students would like to continue wearing masks, then they have that right. Masks should not be forced upon everyone. Rather than saying how things can't work, let's be solution oriented and find options that work for more people.
Thank you, Chelsea. Rachel? Rachel Casera?
My name is Rachel Casera, and although my kids do not attend Bangor School, I'm a taxpayer at the Bangor School District. I printed a letter I passed out, copying for your viewing. I would like to read portions of the letter to you from the Children's Health Defense. This serves as a notice that the mandate for any individual to wear a mask against COVID-19 for employment or attendance at a university or institution violates federal law. All COVID-19 masks, whether surgical, N95, or other respirators, are authorized, not approved or licensed by the federal government. They are emergency use authorization EUA only. They merely may be effective. EUA products are by definition experimental and thus require the right to refuse. Under the Nuremberg Code, the Foundation of Ethical Medicine, no one may be coerced to participate in a medical experiment. Consent of the individual is absolutely essential. A federal court held that even the US military could not mandate EUA vaccines to soldiers. I would like to address the may be effective section of this letter. I have an abstract taken from the CDC's website with regard to the study done in May 2020 regarding face masks. I quote, although mechanistic studies support the potential effect of hand hygiene or face masks, evidence from 14 randomized controlled trials of these measures did not support a substantial effect on transmission of laboratory confirmed influenza. Also, the CDC states 85% of COVID patients self-report that they always wear a mask and have still contracted the virus. The ACP journal, for those of you who don't know what that is or who that is a highly cited peer-reviewed medical journal. It has indicated actual scientific studies showing there is no statistical significant difference between wearing a mask and not wearing a mask. I would like to remind everyone of the survival rates in the age groups of COVID-19. Ages 0 through 19, 99.997% survival rate. 20 to 49, 99.98%. 50 to 69, 99.5. 70 plus, 94.6. Studies are showing that masks are negatively affecting our children mentally and physically. In the state of Minnesota, there are two bills, SF 2554 and HF 2634, that are going to Senate to remove parental rights for vaccinations. Just to reiterate what that statement means, you as a parent no longer have a right to make decisions about your own child. That should piss people off. Today, it's masks, tomorrow it's parental rights, then where does it end? Unmask our children.
Thank you, Rachel. Jessica. Boros?
She said she's not speaking.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, approval of the minutes for April 21st. Open session.
I make a motion to approve the April 21st open session minutes.
I'll second.
Motion by Shelley, seconded by Lori to approve the committee, or excuse me, the meeting. Am I following? Am I confused here? Am I right? I get lost my spot here. Okay, here I am. Yep. I'm sorry. Motion by Shelley, seconded by Lori to approve April 21st open session minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. April 21st closed session minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Joni, seconded by Shelley to approve April 21st closed session minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Approve April 28th open session minutes.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Joni, seconded by Shelley to approve, or Lori, excuse me, April 28th open session minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Approve April 28th closed session minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Shelley, seconded by Joni to approve April 28th closed session minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. All right, approval of the financials, the vouchers.
There were a few questions. I know that board members emailed Angie, and I believe they were answered and everything. Again, I'll take any questions if you have any additional ones.
Any questions for the vouchers?
I'll make a motion to approve the vouchers as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Lori, seconded by Joni to approve the vouchers. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Fund 21 checks. Any questions?
Make a motion to approve Fund 21 checks.
Second.
Motion made by Shelley, seconded by Tina to approve the Fund 21 checks. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Financial report. Dave?
Thank you, Julie. Yeah, very brief, not a lot on this month's financial report. Just a couple items I'll point out. The Common School Fund, which funds our library system. That's a one-time payment. We received $32,681, which is up from the previous year. You see in C, property taxes, Monroe County Lottery Credit and La Crosse County Lottery Credit. Again, we received that at the end of April, and you see the amounts there. D, food service programs, payments to lunch accounts of $1,144.65. That is a la carte because, again, remember, because of the federal government stimulus, that all students are able to eat free, and that continues through the school year, and it may also reach into next year. That hasn't been decided yet. Total revenue of $136,363.62. Total expenditures, $747,799.79. Balance on hand on May 14th, $845,365.59. Any questions?
Dave, that lottery credit, is that an annual?
Yeah, that's annual. And what it is, Julie, is that there's a certain amount of regular property taxes that are withheld, and then they make a payment, as I said, at the end of April. And so it's based on a certain percentage. And this has been in place, this lottery tax credit, for quite some time. So
Thank you.
I'll move to approve the financial report.
Second.
Motion by Joni, seconded by Tina to approve the financial report. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, old business. Doesn't look like we have any committee assignments. I think what I'll do is I'll do the same as last year. We have Lisa's a new member. And Paul, of course, is gone. So if anyone has a specific committee, last year I kind of did a survey. If anyone has something they would like to be on, let me know. You can email me via the school email, and then we can finalize that at the next meeting. Page 26 has our current committee members. So if anyone has any questions, or if you want to change a committee, if you have an interest in something else, please let me know. If you want to say the same, don't email me. I will just assume you want to be the same. Lisa, I look forward to hearing from you. Any questions? Okay, building and grounds had a meeting.
Yes, so it's Shelley and Lori and Tina and Mike Stang were there. We held this past Monday. I was chewed out because I did not have treats, and I apologize for that. But otherwise the meeting went very, very well. So I'll turn it over to the committee members and then I'll give some comments at the end. So.
Okay, yeah, we met. It was a good meeting. Obviously, the one thing that's been on the agenda for the maintenance list is sidewalk repair. That was the big thing being talked about in yesterday or Monday's meeting. We had budgeted for 40 a year or 30?
40.
Yeah, 40,
Yep.
40 a year, because when COVID hit, nothing was done in the 1920 school year. And that was sitting there yet. This year, it's kind of been put on hold a little bit. We're finally getting bids. The one good thing we were told is the way it looks, we are underspending the budget right now. And we basically were talking to do as much as possible in one shot, get a vendor in here that's willing to do it at one shot. The price per square foot will come down. And we had talked about at least getting a price and seeing what it is from the corner of the parking lot where it bends out to the east, all the way to just past the football locker room, the gymnasium locker room to the west. So doing pretty much everything there in one shot and getting a price on that. The other thing being talked about was the fire panel replacement. The elementary school is getting that done. Everything is pretty much obsolete, needs to be brought up to code, being we do replace the fire panel. And the one thing we asked, well, the high school then we're talked about doing it another year. One thing we as a committee felt uncomfortable with is this school is not tied into 911. So if there were a fire, we have to rely on someone happening to see it and call it in. Us as a committee weren't comfortable with that, and being we're going to do it another year, being the budget is being underspent right now. If that is in the budget to do it all in 1 year and for safety reasons, getting that all done. The other things then we went over was some stuff that's already been budgeted for, and then some few things on the list for next year's budget that is listed. So those were the big things we talked about.
Lori and Tina, any comments at all?
I think Shelley covered it wonderfully.
Yes,
We
yes.
spent most of our time on a walk outside.
Yeah.
So
yes, yeah.
the sidewalks need to be
Yep.
done.
And I'd also learned that we've got to upgrade our landscaping out there too. So I learned. So
I agree. We did talk about the sidewalks a lot. We did look at
Yeah.
all the entrances, so there are a few pieces besides that straight stretch that we would look at too. Because some of the entrances might need it also, but other than that, it was one straight stretch.
So referring back to what Shelley said, in terms of these projects, again, we had a good budget year, and the surplus that she talked about was a result of some things like the transportation because we weren't in person all year. There's a number of areas that were underspent in the budget. What Angie does is really basically starting in April, May, she starts tracking where we are going to be at, what we're going to pay at the end. So in terms of these projects, we would look at using the budget surplus from this year. We've also budgeted certain things in there already. And then we can also access ESSER funds. So one of the things that if you look at the list on page 27, as Shelley said, we are moving the fire panel to next summer. And again, the reason for that is it takes 6 to 8 weeks to get the plan approved by the state, and we weren't aware of that. So what we can do in the meantime is Mike is researching, and I think we have a solution. As Shelley said, we don't have a dialer that connects to a monitoring company or a fire department here in the middle school, high school. The reason for that is it's a 25-year-old system. And so it wasn't originally put in, but Mike believes in talking to the contractor that we could get something temporary. And then next year, we would be able to do both buildings. And these sensors that Shelley talked about, in addition to the fire panel, these sensors are activated by light and voice. And but they also give you very exact locations. Right now, the way our system's set up, it will tell you there's a fire in zone 6. And that could be quite, a large expanse. So this would, these types of sensors would tell you exactly where a fire is happening. And again, as Shelley said, we're out of code. And so once we replace these fire panels, which are failing, Mike can keep them running, but we need to have them replaced. That will then bring us back to code. So in terms of later on, I will ask for approval of this list. And the 21-22 maintenance list, there are some items that, again, while they're listed, it can be talked about next year with the Building and Grounds Committee and the new superintendent and Mike Stang, our Building and Grounds Director. And these aren't the ones for 21-22, other than the fire panels in each of the buildings aren't set in stone. So again, to fund these, we are talking district funds, ESSER funds, and we're fortunate to be in the situation that we are, that we can do these things. We have beautiful facilities, as you well know, and so this will just add being able to do these things. The sidewalk repair, again, has been on our radar for quite some time, and I really believe getting that done, just in terms of liability, there are sidewalks are not in good shape. So being able to get that done this year will be a huge plus.
So just to clarify, sidewalks will be in this year's budget.
Correct.
That's what our goal is.
Correct. And right now we've reached out to 2 additional companies, and they are actually, one came today. We've already have 2 bids previously, but they're coming back because, again, when they give us the original bid, it was a lot smaller. So we should have a total of 4 or 5 bids. And, again, the competition's good. So once we get those numbers, we will definitely share those.
I was concerned whether you would get bids because so many of them are, booked. So,
I think, Joni, what worked in our favor, that because it's now a bigger project,
yeah.
I think a couple of those companies probably wouldn't have touched it if we were doing $40,000 at a time, or that I think it made a difference that we said, yes, we are looking at the area that Shelley described. So.
Any other questions for Building and Grounds? All right, thank you. Great work. Policy Committee meeting in June.
Okay, I would like to hold a policy committee meeting between the end of school on June 3rd and our board meeting June 16th. This particular policy committee meeting, we will narrow it down to the ones that are required to be instituted by either by federal or state law. And so again, will happen sometime before the board meeting, and then we will bring those policies to the board meeting at June 16th. So I will send a doodle out to the committee members, and hopefully we can get a date in between June 3rd and June 16th. So.
Thank you. All right. We'll start the board president's agenda, school nurse report. Tammy?
Hello, everyone. The La Crosse County Health Department is hosting a vaccine clinic tomorrow at the high school from 1 to 4, and they're offering the Pfizer vaccine for those 12 and older. There's still time to sign up. You can turn the consent forms in, and there are time slots available. There was an email sent out the last few days. The vaccine is offered free of charge. Today, we have 3 students in quarantine and no positive cases. As of May 15th, DHS and CDC recommend schools continue their COVID-19 prevention strategies through the remainder of the school year. We have 9.5 days left of school. And masking continues to be an important mitigation strategy according to the DHS and CDC. Recommendations for next fall have not been released, but we're anticipating new guidance in the next few weeks. Again, we haven't had any positive cases since the beginning of March. We continue implementing our mitigation strategies. And I'd like to thank the parents and guardians for keeping their kids home when they're sick. We continue to encourage testing if your child or student meets the symptom criteria for testing. Is there any other questions?
Thanks, Tammy.
Any questions for Tammy?
Tammy, if you can just stay, there are a couple of things I want to point out in your packet. Page 30, it's titled Scenic Bluff Superintendent Email to Conference Colleagues. I received this from a colleague in Scenic Bluffs. Well, it was addressed to all of the superintendents in the conference. And this is I won't name the district, but this is a district that I believe was probably as strict as we were with their COVID protocols. And they had done a great job through the year and kept their kids in school. But I think pointing to the importance of staying strong to the end is this email where she talks about on May 14th, 30% of their middle school had to go home because there was a positive case at a middle school track meet. So their team had to be quarantined. She also said that their 4-year-old kindergarten group had to be sent home because of two positive tests because there was a field trip and they were on the same bus. Now, the sad part about this is this particular district is actually, because they have a building project, they are out of school May 23rd. And so those groups will not be able to finish the school year because of that. And so it's, I think it's a reminder, staying strong to the end. And I would point out in your packet also in your inside cover that, again, I certainly respect everybody's viewpoints, but again, I want to emphasize that these medical professionals are recommending that we keep our current protocols in place till the end of the academic year. And that's 9.5 days after tonight. Our school nurse, our school medical advisor, who was with the Mayo, doctor with the Mayo Clinic, our La Crosse Health Department, local health department, the Wisconsin Department of Health, the Center of Disease Control, CDC, and our liability insurance carrier, who their recommendation is always follow the guidelines and recommendations of your local health department. I did also put in there some notes from Dr. Warsing, who is our medical advisor. She agrees that we can offer the optional mask for wearing outside, and we will be discussing that later on. But her points, and I'm paraphrasing, she has said, we have not reached herd immunity, so we have to be careful. She says, continue the current protocols until the end of the academic year on June 3rd. Then she said, over the summer, look at the data and trends, and then make the decision for the coming year. So follow the data, follow the trends. And but the one rejoinder she did have is she said, a variant could happen during the summer that might not be treatable by the vaccine. So again, I think if you know Dr. Warsing, and she's been here, she is very much wants kids in school, as we all do. So I think that the difficulty is that at the present time, the majority of our students are not vaccinated, therefore needing, stay with the protocols. So I just wanted to point those out in addition to what Tammy had. And also on pages 32 and 33 is, I shared this with you, the Department of Health Services sent a letter to the Wisconsin school administrators talking about staying with the guidance from the CDC until the end of the academic year. So
One other thing I wanted to add is I did reach out to some of the district nurses in the area, and there was kind of half and half, where some schools were masking, all of the schools were masking inside, and the schools I talked with, I would say about half of them were not masking outside, and the other half were masking when they went outside. One thing also that we have to think about is, none of us know what's going to happen. If we came to school unmasked tomorrow and a student is positive and comes to school, and kids do come to school with symptoms, we have 40-some seniors that are really looking forward to graduation. And I would hate to be the person that has to call their parent and say, I'm sorry, but your child is going to have to quarantine or be put in isolation and not attend graduation. We have athletes nearing the end of their sports season, and our students are also looking forward to these last days with their classmates and teachers. These policies were created off recommendations of health experts in science. They were not based off of my opinion or your opinion. Change is coming in the future, so please be patient. Not everyone agrees on masking or being vaccinated, and that's great. It's totally fine. We all have different opinions. So I'm asking the board to please consider keeping our current policy for masking inside the schools in effect for the last 9.5 days of school.
Thank you, Tammy.
one other thing.
Any
Ju-
questions for Tammy? Sorry, go ahead, Dave.
One other thing I wanted to point out on that sheet that I provided you. I know there's been a ton of information, ton of articles about the masking versus unmasking, and there are some districts that have went to optional masking, but there are 424 public schools in the state of Wisconsin. Currently, approximately 50 are optional masks. The rest, the 380 some currently have the protocols that we have in place requiring masking on inside facilities. So just want to point that out.
Thank you. All right, next on the agenda, outside mask wearing during the school day, outside mask wearing.
Okay, so this was brought up by brought to us by a parent. I talked to Mike because mainly the gist there was during recess, but this can also apply to any outside school activity, FIAD, if teachers take kids out for walks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And in talking to Mike Johnson, our elementary principal, I believe that there was a lot of flexibility anyway, but Mike, I'm going to just ask you to talk to that and then entertain some questions about this recommendation. Mike?
Sure. Within the protocols, the two, I guess, statements that revolve around masks is, it says masks are to be worn outside unless kids can separate 6 feet or greater. Students can wear a lanyard to hold masks or put them in their pockets. And that's what we've been doing since September. And kids do take their masks off. A lot of times they'll put them down under their chin, they run around. They do take breaks. Some kids, I don't keep a stopwatch on anybody, but they may keep the majority of it down during that time. They're running around having fun. They come in the building, put them back up. Some kids get inside that 6-foot bubble and they typically have their masks on. But if they take a break, they take a break. I don't know. It's never, I haven't seen any of our I'm out there a lot. Supervisors are not, chasing kids down or anything. The kids are kind of managing it on their own. So that's kind of what's been going on at the elementary level during recess. So.
And as Tammy said, we have talked to other schools and the trend seems to be from schools around our area, while those schools are still requiring inside masks, but outside making them optional. So this is in line and we're talking to other schools what they're doing, because I think we want some consistency between districts. And so questions for Mike or Rick or I on this?
So we need to actually take action to change the policy to specifically say that even though they've already been flexible, we need to make a motion to specifically change it.
Yeah, because you are saying that outside now masks will be optional. Again, Joni, to your point that if a student still, and I think some of the speakers talked tonight, there may be students that still feel more comfortable with their mask on outside, but this would use the word optional for those students that don't. So we would, yes, need a motion on that, because your current protocols say masking during the school day in the facilities and on school grounds.
I will make a motion to make outside mask wearing optional during the school day.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Lori, seconded by Shelley, to make outside mask wearing optional during the school day. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Right, next, shortened quarantine for graduation participants only.
We had a discussion administratively about this, and if you go to pages 38 and 39, this is a document that Tammy shared regarding quarantining. As you know, our district has followed the 14-day quarantine, and that's the one that's most recommended. But there are 2 other options out there, and there are some districts that have went to shorter quarantines based on different options. So as Tammy said, one of the biggest thing is we want to get to is every senior is able to participate in graduation on May 30th. So we are recommending for graduates only that we look at the 10-day quarantine and the 7-day quarantine. So Tammy, can you please address how that's done, the 10-day and the 7-day, please, with your expertise? Thanks.
So the reason we do 14-day quarantines at the school is because in the guidance, it says, in order to do that, you have to monitor symptoms daily for 14 days. You can't have any symptoms. And you also have to maintain 6-foot distancing at all times. Well, we can't monitor students in the school and make sure they're 6 feet away from everyone. But during graduation, for graduation purposes only, we would be able to maintain that 6-foot distancing and implement the guidance as it's written. In order to come back after 7 days, you would need a negative test on day 6 or 7. And you could also do a 10-day quarantine, which does not require any negative test. It would just be based on having no symptoms.
Any questions for Dave, for Tammy?
Rick, would you like to comment on?
It all came about because for graduation, we can set it up so that they'd be 6 feet. Definitely. So that's why we discussed that, because during the school day, that's not possible, but for graduation with 40 graduates, we can definitely do that for our ceremony.
This
And
is just
we're-
a proactive thing,
yeah.
in case it's needed. I don't want a senior not to have an opportunity to attend graduation.
And Dave, this was talked with Dr. Worsing at the same time of everything else.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The other thing, in addition to the 6-foot distancing, obviously, knock on wood, we are hoping, and as Rick will talk about his graduation update later, it will be outside, which obviously is a positive in terms of the distancing. And so,
Would things change if, God forbid, bad weather and we have to move inside?
We still have the space on the floor. We have that planned out.
Good, okay.
Any other questions?
I'll make a motion for the shortened quarantines for graduation participants only.
I'll second.
Motion made by Shelley, seconded by Lisa to shorten the quarantine for graduation participants only. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. All right, use of facility by outside groups. And that's on page 40 in your handout.
this is a monthly review of requests by our outside groups. And I do want to tell you, ever since we started with allowing outside groups, they've been fantastic at following the protocols, the safety, all of that. I can't say enough good things about how our groups that have come in have really respected what we've laid out. So for this May 19th recommendation, if you remember last month, we recommended that outside facilities, we would not necessarily limit group size. And so the recommendation for this month, and it falls in line with talking about the girls' basketball league. So if there is a group, so right now our limit for outside groups in terms of number of participants is 15 or less. So up to this point, most of the groups have been 15 or less. But if there's a group that wants to use the facility and they have more than 15 participants, so drawing the correlation with, the summer league basketball, we would ask that group to submit a plan to Tammy and Rick and myself and Kevin, if their group size was going to be 20, 25, and how they plan to ensure the safety and health protocols are followed. Again, that's what we did with Merlin, and we talked things out, and we felt running it through that we could do that. So this would be another step towards if a group wanted to use the inside facilities, they would be able to, if they can present a plan that would be approved by administration and the school nurse. Rick or Tammy, anything on? I'll send that. Mike?
So will we be removing 3, 9, and 10 from the facility protocols?
Yeah, so. Sorry. So yeah, 3, we would rewrite the language there, Shelley, yep. And then the other, what other numbers did you say?
9 and 10?
I- The tournament piece, Shelley, I guess we would have to revisit that because again,
Okay.
you know, in the past, most of the inside facility use was like Great Northwest and you have a ton of teams coming in. So I think the games piece, obviously, I think, you know, we can work with, but tournaments, I think they would have to be viewed individually.
Okay, so
Yeah.
striking the no games part of it, but leaving 9 intact as tournaments?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, and 3 could really, just needs to be modified because you might limit them to 15 if they don't have a plan. I mean, 3
right.
3 probably can't be stricken entirely.
Right. Yeah, we would just say group size of more than 15. So I would just add it on. and
Add
say
if you're more than 15, you need a
15,
plan.
must present a plan to be approved.
And then what about 10?
You might be able to leave it all and just add 13 to a plan-based approval or something like that. So, because then 1's out too, because it says Bangor students only.
Because yeah, Merlin was
So I think you
talking,
just have to
Merlin was
revisit
talking
this for
admission
June.
and stuff that way. So yeah,
Yeah.
add a,
Yep, Yep.
as long as there's a plan.
yep. So yes, we can make those modifications, update those for next meeting.
I'll move to approve the modified or suggested modification to our outside group facility use.
I'll second.
Motion made by Joni, seconded by Shelley to accept the suggested modifications for the use of facilities by outside groups. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Any correspondence? All right. CISA 4 report. I was unable to attend the last meeting in May. The annual meeting is June 2nd. And we do appoint a delegate to attend. At the annual meeting, there is a person from all the school districts in CISA 4 attend the meeting. I have attended in the past. But I will need a motion.
I'll move to appoint Julie Myers as our delegate for the CISA 4 annual meeting.
Second.
Motion made by Joni, seconded by Lori to approve Julie Myers as delegate for the CISA 4 annual meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. All right, administrative reports. We'll start with Mr. Chaplin.
Thanks, Julie. First thing on there would be to approve the 660301 severe IDS agreement with West Salem. This is an annual approval of the agreement for with our students with severe intellectual disabilities. Because without this, we would have to definitely reorganize our structures here at school in order to be able to serve those students. So asking for approval of that agreement with West Salem.
I'll move to approve the 66.0301 severe ID-S agreement with the school district of West Salem.
Second.
Motion made by Joni, seconded by Tina to approve the 66.0301 severe ID/S agreement with West Salem. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you. Next one will be another 660301 agreement, but this one would be for our early childhood agreement. We have to serve students ages 3 that have disabilities. And currently we only have programming for students in 4K. So again, this agreement works out for both us and West Salem in order to fund a full program, because neither school typically has enough students to fund a full program.
I make a motion to approve the 66.0301 early childhood agreement.
Second.
Motion made by Shelley, seconded by Joni to approve the 66.0301 early childhood agreement with West Salem. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Next thing would be the ACT administration. The results for the ACT that was done in March have come back for all the students, but I know you're all disappointed, but scores are not shareable at this time. Hopefully they will be made public over the summer. The next couple of things, the Cardinal Hall of Distinction. Obviously last year we did not do one because of the COVID-19 protocols and things like that. So hopefully we're going to have a class of 2021 and have that in conjunction with homecoming week, again, pending any COVID-19 updates. So hopefully if you know a person that would be deserving to be in that, nominations, I believe, are on the website or accessible here at school. One of the things that I didn't have in my board update, but I know Dave put it on the agenda, was the donation from the La Crosse Area Autism Society. They donated $1,000 to the district, and there was no requirements of what to do with that. But what we would typically do with a donation is, again, pending any COVID-19 stuff, we're hoping to return to Special Festers Day and Oktoberfest, and then the bowling that we do at the Bangor Lanes every year that all students with disabilities gets to attend. So again, hopefully those things are able to be done in the coming school year. So I'd like to thank the La Crosse Area Autism Society, or whatever they're actually called. And then the last thing would be the state testing dates. We're winding down with those. You can see most of those things have been completed. And the only things left is some of more of the district testing. So any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaplin. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Julie. I'd like to give a thank you to Linda Young. She gave a $500 donation to our backpack program. Just stopped in one day and said, I want to do something good for the community. So I appreciate that. We have had a lot of donations this year, and we've used them all to support not only local initiatives in dairy and meat products, but also getting groups different types of benefits this year in terms of food sources. So that money is going to go to helping several families in our community. I want to thank her for that. Congratulations to Jacob Peterson and the 60+ students that participated in Jump Rope for Heart. They raised $4,457.73 for that organization. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Jacob and the work that he put into that. Ask the board to approve the hire of Terry Kenyon for the full-time elementary administrative assistant. Terry has been an elementary administrative assistant in Sparta since 2013. When Sparta reconfigured their elementary schools, she was put into a different position and wanted to get back to a smaller elementary school like she had been, and she is familiar with Bangor and wanted to get back. She lots of experience, and from anything from just anything from busing to summer school. So excited to have her aboard.
I'll move to approve Terry Kenyon's hire for elementary administrative assistant.
I'll second.
Motion made by Joni, seconded by Lori to approve the hire of Terry Kenyon for the full-time elementary administrative assistant. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. And just last, I want to thank the board. Back in February board meeting, you approved Michelle Lorenz to expend her contract by 2 days, Tuesdays and Thursdays. What we did with that contract is we looked at our primary grades, first and second grade, in work with numeracy on kids that were found to be a little below benchmark. She worked with 16 students every Tuesday, every Thursday. And the growth, so when you're looking at students below benchmark, you want them to grow greater than the recommended growth. Otherwise, you're never going to catch up. So the growth, expected growth from winter to spring would have been, for first grade would have been 6 points, and then second grade would have been 5 points. The average growth actually is a little different because for first grade, I have 6, but actually 7 of the 8 students showed growth. The average growth would be greater than 11, actually, but the expected, so as a group, it would have been greater than 11 points average growth. The expected growth was 6. And in her second grade, all 8 students showed growth. The expected growth would have been 5 points, and the average growth was 8. So I think big shout out to the board, allowing us to address needs when we see them. It was a reaction opportunity based on what we knew. And I appreciate the flexibility to do that. I want to thank Michelle for her efforts. And that's 2 days a week to just additional small group attention paid to students who just needed a little bit more. So I appreciate that. Teacher comments from the classroom teachers, again, supported a higher rate of participation in the tier 1 instruction. So that means they're raising their hand more. They're participating in the class discussions a little bit more, and I think that's exciting. On top of that, all of our testing is done. And I want to give a big thank you to all of our staff, although still looking over the MAPS data from winter to spring, but growth was substantial, very encouraging. I think we were all concerned with the way the year has gone, and preliminary information. I mean, you got teachers that are just celebrating the successes of their children, and super proud for them of their efforts. So thank you. And summer school, an update on summer school. I'll take a closer look at this once June hits, but I have, at this point in time, I have 1 teacher to hire. So I'm very encouraged by that. We'll be able to put together, we have registration is closed for summer school. We got about 100 students coming, and we have classes lined up for them, a literacy experience, a numeracy experience, as well as an enrichment experience. So it won't look exactly like it always has in the past, but we are cohorting those groups. We're going to get them through some good stuff for 3 weeks, and I'm excited about that taking shape.
So that means you found enough staff.
Yeah, I think we'll be good. Yep.
That is
Yep.
very good news.
Yep. That's a huge relief.
Any questions for Mr. Johnson? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mullenberg.
Thank you, Julie. First, I'm asking for approval for the middle and high school student handbooks. I did highlight the areas in there, the digital copy that were changed. Really was all editorial this year. It was putting a new calendar in there. The only other change, we're going big time 2 days a week instead of 5, and then staff names are updated as well. I do have to get those to the printer in early June for our student planners, so that's why I asked for approval in May.
I'll make a motion to approve the middle school, high school handbooks.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Laura, seconded by Shelley to approve the middle high school student handbook. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, an update on our graduation. Mike Stang and I, and John Magnuson, I want to thank him as well. So we were renting a stage for the field. And then Mike and I went out and measured everything out. We have a 20 by 24 stage. So we wanted to see sight lines and where everybody would be, make sure everybody had a good vantage point on the field. So we feel very comfortable going up to, instead of 4, having 6 per graduate on the field. Just, we were kind of worried at first they were going to be spread out too far from the stage, but it looks good. And that'll be groups of 6, that'll be 6 feet apart from the others in chairs. Outside the fence and the stands will still be unlimited. But I'm happy to say that, and hopefully we can have it outdoors. I mean, that's what I'm praying for that. Been working with the advisors on that, and we have a good plan in place. And then we would do the receiving line outside. But I think that is, people will still have a really good vantage point for that. So I just want to give an update on that. Long-term substitute, asking for approval of Ken Broy as the long-term sub for high school math. It was unexpected. The baby wasn't due until June 3rd, but came a little bit early. So I was really, really excited that we were able to get somebody that has a math background and taught math. I just happened to see Ken at Hanson's one day when I was getting gas, and he said, you know, we talked a little bit, and he said, you need any tutoring up there? And I said, well, it just so happens that looking for a long-term sub for math. So he talked it over with his wife, and then got back to me and the following day and said he would take it. So I'm extremely pleased. And he did sub for high school math previously as well.
I'll move to approve Ken Brew as our long-term sub for high school math.
Second.
Motion made by Joni, seconded by Tina to approve the hire of Kimbrough for long-term substitute for high school math. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Jean, I'll abstain.
Thank you. Next, I ask that you accept the resignation of high school English teacher Kylie Headington. Her fiance took a job on the east side of the state. Both of their families are over there, so they'll be moving. Her letter was in the board packet. You could see that she came in and she was didn't want to leave necessarily. She likes it here, but she said it's best for them and their future, and then being next to their families. I did post a position on weekend and internally on Monday, and as of today, we have 2 applicants so far.
I'll make a motion to accept the resignation of Kylie Huntington.
I'll second.
Motion by Lori, seconded by Shelley to accept the resignation of high school English teacher Kylie Headington. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I ask they please accept the resignation of me as the head football coach.
I'll make a motion to accept that resignation.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Tina, seconded by Shelley to accept the resignation of head football coach Rick Mullenberg. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. And last on here, I ask that you please accept the resignation of assistant football coach Kevin Krovic. And I'd like to thank him for all of his time.
I'll make a motion to accept that resignation.
Second.
Motion made by Tina, seconded by Joni to accept the resignation of assistant football coach Kevin Kravick. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Julie, can I make a comment, please? I think that, Rick and Kevin have meant so much to athletics here and many other areas. And I was just thinking that the greatest compliment you can give an educator, and when I use the word educator, I'm talking teachers, coaches, support staff, all of them. And I think the biggest compliment any parent can give is saying, I wish my son or daughter would have had this teacher or this coach. I can say, I wish my 2 sons would have had the opportunity to play for Rick and Kevin, not just because of the great success we've had, but because of the way they run that program and they teach the young men to be the best they can be. So I just wanted to make that comment. So thank you.
Congratulations, work on quite a run.
Thank you.
And I go along with Dave, and I was fortunate enough to have 3 of my children be his teacher and 1 a coach. So thank you, Rick.
Yep, it was an honor.
Any questions for Mr. Mullenberg? Okay. Mr. Lane.
Thank you, Julie. The first item is open enrollment applications. And this is different from, every month we act on open enrollment alternative applications, which alternative applications allows a parent anytime between July 1st and the rest of the school year to file open enrollment. These open enrollment applications that you're acting on tonight are from what we call the regular open enrollment period, which runs from February through April. And these are new ones, and they're for families, students that are applying both to come into the district and go out. And so we're asking you to act on at this point, and I do want to say that, and I think you've heard me say this every May when we act on these numbers can change dramatically because just because they've applied doesn't mean they have to attend the school. And so these numbers will most likely look very different at the beginning of the school year. But again, these are the regular open enrollment applications. And by the way, once a student is accepted, is approved for open enrollment, they do not have to apply again. So if they come in, open enroll as a 5-year-old kindergarten, they do not have to then do it again as first grade, second grade. So we have 25 applications coming in and we have 30 going out. Now, I do want to say the 30 going out, 25 of them have never attended Bangor schools. A lot of them are 4K students, and it boils down to daycare issues. And so, as I said, we are always concerned if a student and family leave our district through open enrollment because they're not satisfied with our education or whatever in the district. But in these cases, I just want to point out that 25 of the 30 have never attended our school. So we are asking for your approval of 25 applications coming in and 30 going out.
I'll make a motion to approve the 21-22 open enrollment applications.
Second.
Motion made by Shelley, seconded by Joni to approve the open enrollment applications. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 2, alternative apps, we do not have any. So I'll skip to number 3 and preliminary budget, 21-22 preliminary budget, which you'll find on pages 54 and 55 in your packet. I went through this at last month's meeting, but I just wanted to so I'm not going to go through line by line like I did last month. You're probably thankful for that. But again, I just want to point out that we have 3 scenarios, and the scenario being the best case where the governor's recommendations will be approved as they go through the legislative process. And if that case, in terms of expenditures and revenues, we will be obviously in very good shape. Scenario 2, which I termed partial increases, and I believe that the final budget, the state budget, will be somewhere in between scenario 1 and 2. But if scenario 2 were to happen, we're still looking at a budget, positive budget in terms of revenues over expenditures. The only thing that would be concerning, or what would be concerning, is scenario 3, which would be a worst case scenario where there's no revenue limit increase and other increases in other areas. Again, I do not see that happening. And so As I said, we are in good shape, but obviously the state budget always has an impact on our budget. And again, on page 55, just want to point out our ESSER funds and those amounts and when we have to have those spent by. And so again, they are a part of our budget for the next 3 years. Well, ESSER 2, we have to spend by September of 2023 and ESSER 3 by September of 2024. So I just wanted to highlight those very quickly. Any questions? Thank you. Then I would ask that from the Building and Grounds Committee, the list of on pages again, pages 27 and 28, the recommendations for 2021 projects, and then the tentative list of 21, 22, approve those tonight.
I'll make a motion to approve the list for the 2021 budget and then the tentative list for 21, 22.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Lori, seconded by Shelley to approve the 2020, 2021 and a tentative 2021, 2022 maintenance projects. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item, the numbering was a little bit off. So it's to approve the retirement of middle school, high school custodian, who's Ray Thompson. Ray has been with us 37 years. So we'd like to thank him for his service and all that he's done for our district. So we're asking for approval of his retirement.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Joni, seconded by Lori to accept the retirement of Ray Thompson. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, approve summer mowing help. We have for the last 3 years had staff member mow during the summer. And just a reminder to the board, the lawn mowing service during the school year, we hire that out, but during the summer, we continue to have the service do inside the fences, the football field, the softball field, baseball field, but then we take care of the rest. And in the past, that's been Andy Liga, and he is interested again, but he asked to have another person help in terms of where they would switch off. So they both would have flexibility with vacations or other things going on, because it is a numerous day job each week, depending on the weather. So this, by hiring Andy Liga and Dave Luke, it gives both of them flexibility for this summer. So we are asking for approval for Andy Liga and Dave Luke for summer mowing help.
I'll make a motion to approve Andy Liga and Dave Luke for summer mowing.
I'll second.
Motion made by Shelley, seconded by Lisa to approve the summer mowing help, Andy Liga and Dave Loop. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
I abstained.
Jack abstained. Jean, thank you.
Thank you. Staff Appreciation Week. I just want to thank the board again, and I hope you did get some thank yous from staff for your generosity during Staff Appreciation Week. I know I've used mine already with the gift cards, and I thought what a great idea, again, to support local businesses. And so thanks again to the board for thinking of us and appreciating the work that we do. So.
And I want to thank Lori for her work and dedication and pulling all of that together. Thank you, Lori. All right, any questions for Mr. Lane? All right, celebrations. Celebrating successful end of the school year. We made it very successfully due to all the dedication of our staff, our support staff, Tammy, etc., administration, parents, students, so that we could stay in school and be successful. Thank you.
I just want to give a shout out to Joyce and Melanie, along with all of our substitutes. Those two work their magic. It's a Rubik's Cube some days, and we've had a number of unexpected situations pop up where coverage was needed. And I just want to thank them for all their efforts, and the substitutes for being as flexible as they are. And the board for bringing Faith on early on in the process. My goodness, that has been a lifesaver. So thank you again.
Julie, I'd like to celebrate our sports teams and the completions of seasons without interruption. And that's saying a lot, because, you know, from the beginning of the year, the schools that did have sports and everything, you know, there were interruptions, there were games canceled, whatever. But I think it really speaks to, number one, our kids were so fantastic at following the protocols and the rules and everything. And I want to congratulate the coaches, because just like the teachers in the classroom, having to do all of this other extra things because of COVID, it was a team effort by the athletes, and the coaches. So to go through the seasons and not have interruptions, I think is something that very much to be celebrated. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, removal of items from the consent agenda. Bar none, our consent agenda. Asking for approval.
Yeah, it was on Rick's report.
Yep, there are 2 Start College Now classes on there for Western.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Was that Joni?
Yeah.
Motion by Shelley, seconded by Joni to approve the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
I abstain, Jean.
Thank you. All right, I look for a motion to adjourn into closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Lori, seconded by Joni. Roll call vote. We'll start with Joni.
Aye.
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 Aye. We are adjourned into closed session. Thank you. Testing. Are we good, John? I guess last time it didn't come through one time. Are we good? Okay. All right. We are back in open session. I look for approval of our list.
I'll
Go
make a
ahead.
motion to approve the increase for 50 to 75% for Terra Jamboys for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second,
Motion made by Lori, seconded by Joni to approve an increase from 50% to 75% for Terra Jamboys for the 2021-2022 school year. All in favor?
I
Okay.
Opposed? Motion carried.
will make a motion to approve a part-time, long-term substitute position for the 2021-22 school year for speech and language position due to no candidates applying for this position.
I'll second.
Motion made by Joni, seconded by Shelley to approve a part-time, long-term substitute position for 2021-2022 school year for speech and language position due to no candidates applying for the position. All in favor?
I
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
I'll also make a motion to approve a part-time special education teacher position for 2021-22 school year for the speech and language position due to no candidates applying for the position.
I'll second.
Who was that, Lori?
Lisa.
Or Lisa? Motion by Joni, seconded by Lisa to approve the part-time special education teacher position for 2021-22 school year for speech and language position due to no candidates applying for the position. All in favor?
I
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve ESSER funding for the hire of a full-time teacher position for the third section of second grade for the 2021-22 school year.
Second.
Motion made by Shelley, seconded by Lori to approve ESSER funding for the hire of the full-time, for hire of full-time teaching position for a third section of second grade for the 2021-2022 school year. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Motion to approve ESSER funding for hire of full-time elementary interventionist position for the 2021-22 school year.
I'll second.
Motion made by Shelley, motion made by Joni, seconded by Shelley to approve ESSER funding for hire of full-time elementary interventionalist position for the 2021-22 school year. All in favor?
I
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the ESSER funding for the increase of a part-time elementary music position to full-time for the 2021-2022 school year.
second.
Motion by Lori, seconded by Joni to approve ESSER funding for increasing part-time elementary music position to full-time for the 2021-22 school year. All in favor?
I
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
I'll approve the request for early graduation for the 2021-2022 school year.
second.
Motion by Lori, seconded by Joni to approve request for early graduation for 2021-2022 school year. All in favor?
I
Opposed? Motion carried.
I'll make a motion to approve the salary increase of 2% for confidential support and support staff and administration. 0.77, 1.23 consumer price index increase and 0.77 supplemental pay increase. And for teachers, a sub-level or level movement for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second.
Motion made by Shelley, seconded by Lori to approve salary increase for 2% for administrative, confidential, and support staff, consisting of a 1.23 consumer price index increase and a 0.77 supplemental pay increase and sub-level or level movement for the teaching staff for the 2021-22 school year. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. I ask for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Shelley, seconded by Joni to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thanks, everyone.